Alright, hopefully everything should be good here. I feel like every time I start stream, I always get nervous if I've, like, actually set everything up correctly. I think I did. I did a lot of things before stream. I tried to fix the alerts, which should hopefully work now. I'm trying a new thing with the, recording, so we'll see how that works. Hello, I'm Dinasarulo, and hello, Churros. How are you both doing today? I hope everything is going well. But yeah, I've just, we finished the mansion piece. I'm really happy about that. I'm really excited, and I just released the Halloween assets. So that has been, like, two big things on the plate, but those are now completed and checked off, and we are all good to go on that note. You guys both beat the bots today. I don't know how you did that, frankly. I'm hoping you can hear me. I fiddled a bit with the audio, so I'm hoping it's okay. Let me know if it's not. I will do what I can to fix it, but yeah, everything should be going well. But we basically have been doing, lots of larger projects. It's I was staying up and notice, huh? Sorry? Hello, Grendel, how's everything going? Audio sounds good, but no background, just checking. No, there should be background. You can't hear a background? You can't hear music? Is that part not playing for you? No music. Shoot. Nope, there should be. Did I mess up the tracks? I don't know how this works. Ah! This should be under output. Let me just check here. If I do this, does it start playing or no? I don't think that should affect anything. Alright. I might need you guys help a bit with the troubleshooting. That still doesn't do anything, right? That doesn't change anything. I just I tried changing the tracks, but I don't think that did anything different. Please let me know if it did or not. I don't think that changes anything, but you can hear the audio, but you can't hear the background. That's strange, though. There should be background. I'm trying to think of what else I might have done. It should be active. Oh, now it's gone? Okay, that is a track thing. Okay, that is a track thing. Wait. Okay, that makes sense. I just need to learn how to split that then. So if I go back here and I turn that on. Okay, so it is something to do with tracks. I'm going to have to figure out what that is. Now you hear it. Okay, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna write myself a note to mess with track audio. I'm trying to do the thing where you can, like, record the two different tracks. But it seems like for some reason on the stream, they have to be on the same track, so I'm not entirely sure how to work with that. Hello, Emerald. How's everything going? It's been a while. How's everything going? This is my doing. Hey, Dexlux. We just started the stream, so I'm going to be doing a speed paint in just a sec. I'm just sort of chit-chatting a bit in the beginning here. Audio be weird like that. Got some stuff? Alright, no worries, Churros. Thank you for the help. I will have to figure out how to split that better, but okay, at least now I know that they have to be— oh! No, that's— I'm trying to I'm trying to make it so that I can have the background music and separate the audio for recording, but I don't think I can do that this time around, unfortunately. That's alright, that's alright. It's the first time we're doing something like this. We're testing things out, we're learning as we go. Be lurking? Alright, thank you, Talon. I appreciate the lurk. Will I drink coffee to help with the speed paint? I don't drink coffee, actually. So that would be a no. But why don't we get into our main scene here? So we'll jump over here, and if you are on YouTube, you might have seen the thumbnail. We're going to try to be painting Tokino Sora today. So I'm going to see if we can record this. If it doesn't have any audio, it's fine. I really just want the visuals. And as you can see, I sort of set everything up with a 3D model just to get my bearings down, because I am doing something that is a little bit more outside my comfort zone. I tried this before in a stream earlier, and I think I can do better now. So that's the goal today, is see if we can do any better now. So let's see, I want to go with my typical brush that I use for sketching. And how do I want to do this? This is going to be a speed paint, so it's going to be pretty rough. I think, okay. I'm just going to get the base area here, and I want to add her hair, make sure it's going to be big enough to work compositionally. And again, a lot of this is still pretty new to me in how I want to explore this style. So it's going to evolve as we go, but essentially my plan for the future is going to be to see if we can do a fair amount of these on stream. I want to try see if we can spend like the if we can spend a few streams trying to learn to improve with speed paints. And if you are also an artist watching, then I hope that there's some tips and tricks that you can take from it as well, as we all sort of work on that together. So she has like a bit of a star clip in her hair with these little shooting star ribbons, I want to say. I want to make sure that I think I'm going to move this down a little bit, just so I can see those details a little more. I want to make sure the composition's still okay. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go with that. I'm drawing right now, too. Nice. Using the mannequin seems handy. Yeah, I'm still, you know, I'm still learning a lot about proportion and everything, so I think this helps with, like, you know, I don't have to follow it completely, but it just sort of helps you establish a base in the beginning, right? I'm using it very loosely, as you can see. It's really just a shape language thing for me at the moment. But you can see how I'm using it, and I wanted to see, like, if we can get her hair sort of flowing in the back here. But yeah, this is very experimental at the moment. But how's everyone doing? Has anyone been working on any fun projects or anything? I'd love to hear what you guys have been up to. I want to make sure that I draw her mouth right, because I know I've told you guys how much that changes things if you get it just a little bit off. I think I'm gonna make this a little bit higher, so that it looks like she's looking further up at us. I'm making my Discord server as we speak. Nice, Grendel, nice. It's so confusing. Yeah, it is definitely very confusing, but let me know if you need any help with it. I'd be happy to help in any of the Discord shenanigans. I vanished because I moved into a bigger place. My partner and I are still getting settled. Oh, that's really exciting. I mean, I'm sure it's a ton of work, but Also really exciting. Alright. So you can see I'm not, like, fully following the guidelines here. I'm just sort of... Well, I'm just sort of using it as guidelines. I'm not fully following the form here. I want to make sure that it's accurate to her. And I'm going to make this a little bit larger. That should be good. Twitch didn't give a notification. I'm sorry about that, John, but hello, hello. I hope everything is going well. I'm just gonna shift the mouth here. You guys know that I get, like, super paranoid on the mouth because it's like, it's crazy how much it really can change, the piece. If the mouth doesn't look right, a lot of the rest of the work falls apart. As weird as that sounds, but... Alright, that should be good. Her neck is gonna be a little bit, more narrow than the piece here, and I'm just going to rough in her outfit. So she's got... I love her idol look. She's got, a lot of different star motifs on. She's got sort of a bit of a mix of a school uniform and magical girl outfit. It's really fun. Something like that should be good. I want to make sure that I'm still paying attention to the, what do you call it? The perspective, the difference in how far out these things are going. And you can see that I'm not going to do any focus on line art because that's just going to take too long for speed paint. So what we're going to do is just really rough everything out and then sort of go over it in a more painterly technique. But I just want to establish where all the shape languages. It's Kazuna Ai? It's actually not. It's Tokino Sora, the first member of Hololive. She kind of looks like Kazuna Ai, strangely enough. But no, it's actually another VTuber who was there at the beginning. I want to make sure that I'm paying attention to how these things are folding. And she's got this bow in the middle. I want to make sure that I'm also following the middle. This is a little bit off at the moment. I'm trying to make sure that we get the right perspective here. Shift that over a little. Try to work on my accuracy a bit. That's better. That makes a lot more sense. Hello, Ron. No, you're not late. We just started. You are all good. You can see that we're still in a very sketchy phase. How's everything? We've got the little ribbon ends here. And how does this shirt go? Make sure I get this right. And I want to make sure that I'm not getting lost here with the chat. Listening to everyone's streams while clean at work. Just Twitch isn't available at work. YouTube comments are disabled there. Oh man, so you've sort of got like a little conundrum on both ends, huh? One of my favorite Japanese VTubers, I like the doggy girl Korone, and Amano Pikami, but she also streams in English. Yeah, I really like Korone. Well, I like, oh, what's her name? My mind blanks on names when I stream, I apologize. Suse. I really like Suse, I really like her music. I'm a little bit biased there, thematically. And I haven't yet checked out a lot of Okami Mio, but I have been recommended that I check her out, so I will try to do that at some point too. And Pekora is also very cute. Pekora's sweet, but yeah, Korone's really sweet too. I had to look up Korone's name too. Yeah. No, Korone's really fun. I feel like I'm butchering the pronunciation a little bit, and I apologize. I'm like not thinking too straight right now. But yeah, I just, you know, I love everyone's designs in Hololive, so that's kind of where I got the idea to want to do this, is I really want to, pay homage to some of these works. And I also think that because it's sort of, everyone has an established design, but they're not from, like, an anime or anything, then it's nice to just be able to draw a character where you don't need to know, like, their entire story, you know? I can just do it because I appreciate it aesthetically. But I also think they're really... The Hololive girls are just very fun. And I think that in the future I also want to, also draw some of the Niji Sanji girls and potentially Bishoujo as well. I really want to try to do, like, clean fan art pieces of a lot of the corporates. And see if I can potentially make it into, like, some kind of series. Let's see. I want to make sure that I'm showing the skirt, otherwise it's a little strange looking. This goes lower though. Oh, I guess, yeah, if I do... Huh. How can I do this? Maybe something like that? I'm a happy Roan at the moment. That is good to hear. I'm off on weekends? That's good. I've been enjoying Kobo, the Indonesian water elemental girl, lately. She's quite the character. Yeah, I saw, Kobo was doing, a stream with, Magni Desmond and a few others, from Tempest. That was really fun. They were doing, a game called Werewolf. I don't know if anyone has heard of it, but I think it would be really fun to do with, some of the indie friends at some point. I don't know how you would put it on, but it just seems like a really fun game. It's like a auditory whodunit type thing. Or as people in the chat kept saying, non-gameplay Among Us. But it just seems really fun. Also, hello, Dolphin. Thank you for the save. See if I can get that. There we go. Thank you. Kobo's stream with Kiara was super fun. I don't think I saw that one, but I have to check it out later. How far do these buttons go? Should be like... I can't catch a lot of the corporate VTuber streams, but I can get a lot from clips when I'm able to. But for me, this is sort of just like a, what do you call it? This should be a little bit smaller, I think. This is a love letter to their designs, basically. If I make this a little bit smaller, I'd probably be in better shape. Just a little bit. Just so that I can get to the ends of all those outfits. Werewolf is fun. Have you played it, Roan? Yeah, okay, this actually works better, making it a little smaller. And then this is going to go a little bit lower as well. It's probably not going to be perfect, but in the sense of it being more of a speed paint style, that should be a-okay. When we lived near Pensacola 5 or 6 years ago, the local game store would play and the store closed down. End of day fun. Aw, that's really cute. I love that. I love that. That sounds very fun. You know, actually, I'm gonna stylize this a bit and make it go a little further out just to break the composition a little nicer. I think it'll work a little bit better that way. And I'm gonna make this a little bit higher. Still making sure that I'm within my, within the structure of the middle of the torso. That should be good. And then we've got the skirt here and the star. That should work. That should be alright. Alright, and then what else do we have here? I kind of know Hololive VTubers, but know VShoujo way more. Love watching Silver Rail and Fruit. Fruit is really cool. I really admire Fruit's art. I want to try to learn from her. Alright, and then we've got the... Ooh, why do you have such different wristlets? It's like different on every reference sheet that I'm seeing, but I think it goes like this. I wanted to have both of her arms showing because the wristlets seem like an important design choice. But they have different versions based on each outfit. Something like that should be good. Do I miss using the 3D model? I can change to a fox. I just anthro. I can change to an anthro form. I just it takes a lot out of me. And I need to be able to prepare a little bit better if I'm gonna do that. I'm able to, I just, it's something that I have to know that I need to do ahead of time. So, in the future, I want to try to find a more streamlined way to do it. Shapeshifting is tiring. Astro, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god. Ah, thank you. I really appreciate it. How's everything? How are you doing? Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Halloween surprise. Thank you. That means a lot. Oh my goodness. Doing wellish, but still sick. I still hope you feel better. It does not sound fun, but I hope that you recover soon. Wait, what? Hello, Rayless and friends. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Wait, I'm so confused. Am I only getting like a tiny bit of chat? Shoot. I'm getting things in the wrong order. What's going on here? I meant Rayless, I called him dad. Wait. Oh shoot! Oh no! Wait, didn't he just have the VR stream? Was that today? Was that today? Was he just doing the VR stream? Oh no! Lorecat raid? Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Hello from the Lorecat realm. I hope that what is he on? He's on 7 lives. I hope he's not on 6 now. I hope he's alright. I'm actually like legitimately worried. I hope he's okay. Scuff is the true horror. But hello, hello. Hello, Rayless Raid. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Starlight. I'm a Celestial Fox VTuber. I'm currently working on doing a speed paint of Tokino Sora from Hololive. And I really hope that our cat friend is doing alright. It was good. How badly did you guys torture him? Be honest with me. Be honest. I want to know how badly you tortured him. Alright, I think we're just at the point where we can start, like, we're almost at the point where we can start adding in the paint and actually making this look nice, because basically it's just been, like, a color test so far. Or, color test. Line test. There's no color on it. The scuff was worse, no torture. Wait, I'm confused. The scuff was worse? How bad was the scuff? How much did that affect things? Ay ay ay. I feel bad for the cat. I hope he recovers swiftly. Also, this needs to be much lower, I just realized. I don't know, personally, like, I could never, I could never, ever play a horror game, so, yeah, I know that he was, like, a little freaked out about it, so, just wishing the best. Alright. So we've got what happened to this part here. This feels uneven, but I don't know why, and I'm not sure what it needs. I'm guessing this part is just a little bit too far out. I can't quite tell. The game didn't load well, Scuff? He turned into a bunny girl? What? Wait, I don't understand that. What? He turned into a... What? I'm so confused. What is that? What? Did I start with shading, or CSP's 3D model? Yeah, it's the 3D model in Clip Studio. It helps create a nice base to start off from. I think, anyway. Alright, let's quickly try to rough the eyes in, make sure that the positioning is okay. VTube Studio Scuff and game stuff. Oh, he wasn't winning at all today, it sounds like. Poor cat. the game's probably haunted and it causes its own trouble. That or Grendel stopped in to cause trouble. Not sure which. Alright. And then make sure that I get the right angle here, just so that we have enough. Trying to flip it back and forth, make sure it's looking okay. Might have gone a bit too heavy on the head. It's kind of, it's a little bit hard to tell. But, alright, that looks, yeah, that looks better. Head needs to slim down a bit. Then we've got the nice charm here. Make sure the eyes are not too far apart. I think this might be a little too far, so we'll move that over. Just a tiny bit. Maybe it needs to be up a little bit. That should be good. Alright, we're just at the point now where we can start coloring in, I think. Should be at a good point. Okay. Layers is back up next time? What do you mean? What do you mean, Evans? I've yet to learn to use the 3D model. It's not easy, honestly, Kitsu. I was struggling before stream. I was like, this is so unintuitive. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying that, like, it's, it wasn't as, there's like 20 different buttons on top of it, and they all do something different, and it's frustrating. Alright, that should be good. So, what we're gonna do now is we're going to, the part I like anyway, is figuring out what our color scheme is going to be for the entire thing. So, I'm going to do a dark blue background because Sora does a lot of nighttime type scenes. Or I guess, what I'm trying to say is, like, she's sort of present in that kind of area. And I know where I want her... blah, 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 blah. What's the word? I know where I want the light direction to be. My gosh, I'm losing my words today. So I want to just make this kind of very nice soft gradient going on here. Maybe have a little bit in the corner. I want it to feel a little bit stage-like. I'm not entirely sure, like, how far I want to push it, but at least just to give us a base of color for things. And then we can go in and keep adding detail as we go. I'm just going to use that as the base. See if we can throw this. Here we go. I'm probably going to shift that later, but I just wanted a good base to work from, right? So, we're going to make a new layer. We're going to fill it with some color here, and I'm just going to use a little bit of a darker base tone. I'm going to be very rough with it. And I'm not going to use the 3D model too much. It'll help me establish where the shading should go, but I really just want to see how fast we can put something together. Also, hello, Murdoch. Yard work is done. I'm happy to hear. You've not missed much. We're sort of just getting going on trying to figure out, the color and the base for this. Also, Rayla's probably lost another life, according to chat. Layers, the game? Oh, it's a game. Oh! I thought you were talking about paint layers, like in Clip Studio. I got so confused. I thought you meant the Clip Studio layers. I thought you were telling me to use layers. I know Blender can't be too hard. I just lack time to learn nowadays. No, that's fair. Yeah, if you know Blender, then you probably have, like, a better understanding of it. I just, I've used Blender as well, I just... It didn't feel super intuitive, but that's just me. Maybe it'll feel super intuitive for you. Who knows? Maybe you won't have any issue with it. Okay. I realize the streams can be gentle Bob Ross feels. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy. It makes me happy to hear that. Alright, let's see. I want to change the tone of that a little bit to something slightly cooler. And I also want to keep in mind the shadow color. So why don't I lock this a bit and try and see if I can get... This is also messing me up a little. I want to make sure I don't get thrown off by that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we sort of trace... Oop, don't want to draw on it. Sort of trace where the hand is. More or less, just to get a rough idea. There we go. Like I said, I'm not using this too much. I'm just sort of establishing it as a baseline. Figuring out where the hands go, because you guys know how hard it is for any artist to do hands. That should be good, I believe. Should be fine, right? Yeah, that's good. I'll keep it in the corner just in case, and make sure we're using a good color. So why don't we do something a little more saturated? That should be good. Something like that would work. No! Darn you, dolphin! Darn you, dolphin. Making us all lose the game. How dare you? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see what we can learn here. I still don't quite have, like, the best understanding of the way to do, like, a backlit skin, but we are doing our best here. How is this done? It's probably more purple, right? To reflect the blue, would be my guess. I'm just sort of getting a general color story here. I feel like I can definitely push this more. I'm probably gonna make sure that I can push the color later. And by push, I just mean, like, make it more intense. Something like that should suffice. The mansion scene is great, and I'm learning more here. I'm glad to hear that, Evans. I'm really glad to hear. This can definitely be darker. I'm just, I'm cowering. I'm cowering from the color a little bit. It's a bad thing to do, but I just get very intimidated by the darker color. If you can push the darker color, it will make your work look better. It's just hard to get yourself at that point, I suppose. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Alright, I want to make sure that my light is in a good place here. Make sure I get the right light source. So we're still experimenting a lot. This is the first time I'm trying to do a nice speed paint like this. So it might be a little bit scuffed up, but we're trying new things as we go. But it's okay, because when it's a speed paint, you don't have to get every detail to look very perfectly clean. I'm just sort of going over and doing a very rough painted job, right? I do have to get more used to darker colors, though. That is something that you just sort of have to brave. I'm not good at braving it. Something like that should be pretty good, I think. I want to make sure that I get the rim light on this character. This is going to be cut off, so I don't have to worry too much on the end there. See if there we go. That helps. Gives us a better idea of what it's going to look like. I'm going to do draw her clothing on a separate layer, just in case. I'm also going to try keeping this fairly dark. And then keep adding in the same way. Adding the rim lights and highlights as we go. And basically, for anyone who has been in the streams before and seen me do one of those 10-minute anime pieces, this is the same technique as those 10-minute anime pieces. We're just taking it to a longer degree in order to keep adding a little bit more detail. Speed paint versus perfectionism. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. It's really good to learn from, though. It's really good to learn. If you are a perfectionist, forcing yourself to do a speed paint can be very helpful. I say this as somebody who fusses over every single detail, but if you're going into something knowing that the entire purpose of the exercise is to not fuss over the detail, then you can sometimes train yourself to not be as fussy. And it's not easy in the beginning either, for sure. But you guys know how much I've gone over that. Yeah, at some point I should probably make that a some sort of stupid text note or something. Unless you guys have an idea for what that could be. There we go. See, I'm like starting with the darker color and then adding lighter. Because you can add light, but you can't really add dark, right? Because everything is like the absence of light. That's how I like to think about it anyway. Some people choose to work light and then add shadow. I think it helps to add shadow and then put light on top. But everyone works differently. Alright, what is next? Oh, I almost forgot her collar is also white. It's amazing that you can have something that is such a deep blue, but it can read as white in different scenarios. Color theory is very strange, guys. I never said I understood it completely. Like me doing Linktober, I see lots of flaws in the speed paints. Yeah. No, the Linktober pieces you've been doing have been really nice so far, though. I have to say. But I completely understand where you're coming from, too. Oh, wait, that goes all the way. Oh, wait a minute. I did this wrong, didn't I? This outfit goes all the way up. That would make more sense. That makes more logical sense for how clothes work. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still new to the whole clothing thing. So there's probably details that I'm still not getting right in regards to how it works, but we're working at it. Okay, and now we can throw in the base color here for her base shirt, which is kind of a nice periwinkle. I really like that color. Again, totally not biased. Make that a little bit darker, just so I can... Nope, I need to make this lighter only because I can't see under the background. So we're just going to quickly get the base colors in there and on the side as well. Spiky, hello there! How's everything going? It's lovely to see you in here. Alright. This... What did I say? I said I was gonna work at light and then add shadow, just because I can't see. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like I sometimes have to go and backtrack in my head what my plan was. I mean, I guess everyone does that. It's just a little trickier when you're trying to make the quick decisions. Like, how was I supposed to do that? What was my plan for this? I also realized I forgot to draw her belly. And by extension, also this part with the skirt, and this part with the wings? These look like wings. That's interesting. Doing fantastic? How about yourself? I'm doing alright. I am attempting to figure out how well we can do a speed paint of this. Of Tokino Sora from Hololive. Alright, now that I actually don't need to see every single detail I've got here, I can try playing around. This goes from a dark blue to a pure gold. That's really interesting. It's interesting that when you admire a character's design versus when you draw a character's design, I feel like you notice things before that you didn't notice when you were just looking at it. Like when you're drawing it, a lot more stands out. And this needs to go further. Is this my line art? Yes, it is. I want to make sure that this just matches where I'm at. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, essentially what I wanted to try to do was create a new style of stream where we are working on trying to do one nice speed paint for the duration of the stream. And I thought it would be really nice to do it of some of the more well-known Hololive girls. And eventually, you know, getting into Niji Sanji and Bishoujo as well, but I'm just starting here at ground zero. That should be a little more accurate. Why don't I get her hair in here? Just so I don't forget or anything. I mean, I can't really forget her hair, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to think if this would be better, better to throw this behind for now. I'm just adding it in very loosely. And just because of the layer order, I guess I'll do like one above and one below for the moment. Just as I'm trying to figure it out. Almost feels like we're working in like a live 2D type setup. Just erase here where we don't need the color. And it's not going to be perfect, but I will explain to you later why that won't concern me. And basically we are going to be painting over it. So it's not... It's going to be on one layer eventually. So it's not going to make that much of a difference later. I'm just gonna lock this and add some dark area as well. Can't really add dark area there because of where the light shines, so why don't we try doing it on one side here? Should be good. Make sure I don't accidentally paint in the collar. What did I do? What did I just do? Is this on one layer? What did I just do here? The hair is on the same layer as the shirt. Awesome. Alright. Why don't we fix that up? Because that's not supposed to happen. Let's see if it works now. There we go. Is that gonna work? Thank you for the save, Dolphin. I apparently need that at the moment. Who did I say I was drawing? It's Tokino Sora from Hololive. She is Hololive Generation 0. She is the first member of Hololive. Do I still save during speed paints? Yeah. I think it's helpful to save at any point, but you know, you never know. You can end up with stream scuff and it throws away everything you're working on, and that wouldn't be good, so, you know. Yeah. I save during every process. Even if it's a speed paint, because it's still like, you know, it's still a 3-hour speed paint. I don't save during a 10-minute speed paint, but anything longer than an hour, yeah. Or, scratch that. I'd say anything longer than a half hour. I don't want that to be misconstrued. You should still be saving your work. Like, regardless. Alright, I don't want the eyes to be that disturbing looking at the moment, so we are going to fix that. I'm just sort of blocking them in very roughly, and I might need to change the orientation again. Her eyes are a bit higher, less droopy, more awake. And I should probably do these all on separate layers, so I'm gonna make a folder for the eyes. And I'm just going in very rough with pupil, or, iris. Nice. Iris. And then sort of see if we can get like a... I know she looks super creepy right now. I'm trying to get to the point where I'm fixing that. I know she looks really creepy. You don't have to tell me, chat. I'm trying to get to the point where it's not gonna look like this. This is what we call the ugly face. And that's not meant to be an insult. The ugly face is something that every part of the art process involves. And this just happens to be that point. You have to get through that first. And I'm still checking my proportions, and I think I'm a little bit off here. She looks slightly cross-eyed. I don't want that. And I think my positioning is a bit off still. Trying to think of what the main problem of it is. I think I can probably shave a little bit here. I think the face probably needs to move over. Yeah, that helps. What else? The eye placement is throwing me off, but I'm not entirely sure where. And again, with the mouth rule that I keep saying, where if you don't do the mouth right, it can destroy the whole drawing. Gotta run, keep being awesome. Love the streams as usual. Thank you so much, Spiky. I really, really appreciate hearing that. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day yourself. Alright. What is killing me the most about this piece? That's what I need to figure out. Something that's like to see the original but looks off. Yeah, there you go. I think there's just not... I'm wondering if the entire face is slightly off. If I move everything, if it'll look better. Let me see if I can grab the... What is this? The mouth, the eyes... And we need the... overlay. Let's see if that does anything. It might not, but it might. Just moving that over can help a tiny bit. Maybe. Maybe that will work better when it's more polished. Still got a way to go. Why is this locked? This shouldn't be locked. Oh, right, because of the skin layer. Alright. It's at the point now where I don't really like working with all the layers, and I should just start combining stuff. I think we're almost at that point. I still have a few more parts where I need to add a base color just to get the idea down. Is that an actual rule? The mouth rule? No, it's my own rule. It's completely made up by me. I've just seemed to notice that it is the thing that makes everything look bad when done incorrectly. So no, it doesn't actually exist other than my own perception. But so far it's been extremely accurate. And I still think that this face is off. And you know, highlights always help, so it's gonna look better once we have the highlights. And because right now the eyes look very dead. Because it's kind of like, I mean, you guys have seen an anime where they don't have the highlights, the eyes just look very soulless, right? That's sort of the feeling that they try to invoke sometimes in storytelling. So it'll look better once we have all the highlights and everything too. We're just not at a point where we can add them yet, so everything just looks strange. The eyes have seen things. Yeah, there you go. I still think I still think this placement is off. And guys, this is not me being perfectionist. I feel the need to clarify that right now. This is, like, the beginning stages to make sure that things don't look strange. And as you can see, this was quite necessary. It seems like a tiny, tiny, tiny detail, but it honestly, like, you can see what I mean. You can see that those tweaks are necessary. Not trying to be a perfectionist here. I'm simply trying to keep things going. While in the strange and ugly phase, I'm trying to get out of it. We are currently trying to escape the strange and ugly phase. It's just a very strong phase. See if I can save here so that Dolphin doesn't get mad at me. This needs to be a little closer to a cooler pink. I'm working on my current illusory form. How much I have to put into getting mouth right? Not, animal mouths are easier. Animal mouths are easier. It's the non-animal mouth that is much trickier, in my opinion. Once you made the change, I can see why you need to do it. I think your skill comes in identifying that's what needs moving in the first place. it's just, you know, it's little annoying tweaks here and there, right? I've been, I don't know if you guys know the artist Naoki Saito. I brought him up a few times in streams before. But he does some art for Pokemon. I'm just testing if that's something useful or not. Sometimes the change you make is not useful, and sometimes it is. In this case, yeah, it needed to keep being moved a little. Naoki Saito does a series of videos that I actually really want to try doing in the future, where he does a bunch of paint over for other, more intermediate artists. And I actually really want to try doing my own sort of videos in that same vein. And he does things like that. He'll do things like shifting the eye over, or shifting the hand, or all that kind of thing. Just trying to help people figure out little tweaks that they can make. Alright, I'm going to put my 3D piece on here. Oh, that looks terrifying when everything else is colored. Why is that? Oh, is it? Okay, it's because it's locked. I just want to make sure that I get a little bit more definition in the fingers. I think we lost that a bit. I just want to push that a tiny bit more. And again, because of how rough we're doing this, the fingers don't need to be perfect, but they should have a little bit more definition, I think. That should be fine. Just, you know, just a little bit extra there. Just to see what we're doing. There we go. But you can see that I try not to rely on the 3D model too much. I don't get mad at you, I just enjoy being helpful and confusing too. I'm teasing, Dolphin. I'm teasing. It's very helpful. I was just goofing around. Alright, I'm trying to see if there's any part here that I would want to add more highlight to. Probably not. Probably just want to take things a little lighter here. This is where I can't quite figure out how cell shading works best, because to me, fixing things up with paint just makes so much more sense. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but it just, it's kind of like how I've explained before, if you draw something very complicated and then you draw something very simple, the simple thing is really easy to get wrong, but the complicated thing is really easy to fake that you're getting right. That sounds bad, but it's like the difference between, you know, if I'm painting a dragon with a ton of scales, or if I'm painting Mickey Mouse. Obviously, Mickey Mouse has a few more rules that I have to make sure I get perfect. Or a Grendel. Yeah, a Grendel is the equivalent of a Mickey Mouse. The simpler something is, the trickier it is to make sure you're not messing up. That makes sense to people, right? Hopefully I'm not just not going crazy here. Okay. Where else do we want to go? I want to make sure I add a little bit more shading here, highlight there, gold here. I think we're almost at the point where we can just start, like, having more fun. And then we've got our detailed bow here. We've got some gold on the edges. And there's sort of like a chain in the front. That should probably be its own layer. Down with mice. There you go. Alright, I think we've got something that we can work with, so we're still at a really rough point. What I am going to try to do now is... How do I want to do this? I'm just trying to think a little bit here. I still want the hair behind everything, but also partially in front, so what would be the best way to do this? Give me a sec to think about this. I think I first want to erase some of the line art. No, that one's fine. Where's my line art? I want to erase some of the line art so that it's less intrusive. That will help a lot. It's fine to have a little bit, but basically because the line art is a dark color, it's going to throw me off if I try to paint over that. So at least, like, change it to a dark brown or whatever it is that I'm painting. Try to get rid of the parts I don't need in it, because I don't want it muddying the work. You know what I mean? That hopefully makes sense. We don't want it to really muddy these pieces here. It doesn't have to be perfect, just getting our general piece down, but now you can see why I was putting in the shading and everything. I just realized that this coat still needs shadow, so I'm gonna make sure to do that beforehand. Don't want to get any of that messed up, any of the colors. This should be good. Right. Don't make it too messy. There's gold there, so I don't want to lose that. Alright. Let's go back to that shirt real quick. Add our gold trim. Make sure not to lose the gold trim. There's some buttons here. Don't lose the buttons. And on the blue, we want some darker colors. Like around the breasts. Behind here. Probably want some shadow here where the collar is. I'm being really, really rough with it, right? I'm not too worried about how rough I'm being. Just as long as I get the general color story. And that should be alright. But you can see now, this is sort of why I struggle with the cell shading, right? Because it doesn't use nearly all of those rules. And then, just for fun, I'm going to see if I need to... Yeah, there we go. Throw in the highlights. Alright, it is starting to get there. Still in a really rough point, she says, making something better than 90% in third. No, Roan, it's a completely different process because I'm not going crazy with the line art, whereas your line art is some of the best I've seen. So it's like, it's completely different. It's a different process entirely. I can't do line art nearly as nice as yours. But painterly is something where I can just sort of have fun with a brush. Very different. And yes, I genuinely really do like your work. I'm honored you like the line art so much. Yeah, it's really nice. Alright. We got our general feeling down here. Make sure the shoulders are at an appropriate height. Alright. Save that. So what I want to make sure I do is that the eyes are going to be separate. The mouth I don't care too much about, as long as it's, rough enough. What else is here? That's the charm. I'm gonna erase a little bit more of the line art so I don't make it so muddy looking. And what I want to try to do is throw all of this into one layer. The hair is separate, that's fine. You can always mess with that later. I'll probably live 2D style it. Let's actually do that right now, before I forget. Do it, whoop! I don't want to cut it. Sort of separate it so that the front bangs are gonna be over, and the parts behind the skin are gonna be behind it. Hopefully that makes sense. Don't need to lock it. There we go. What happened? It's because of this thing, right? Yeah. Alright. That's fine. We'll mess with it later. Get the general idea. Throw this back on, add a little bit more hair. It's fine, everything's fine. I do encourage any other artists to do stuff where they are, where they have to learn a paint over, because it's just good to be able to know what to do if you have to fix your work like that in any capacity. Learning to do paint over is just a good skill, in my opinion. Alright, so that's all now one layer. I'm going to duplicate the layer, have it as a backup, and then I'm just going to combine the entire friggin' thing. Maybe want to... Yeah, nope, that's good. Merge the selected layer. Push a bit more of the contrast. Push a little bit more of the color. Because I still don't, I'm still not great with the intensity yet, but... And then the skin tone here is going to be a little brighter. So it doesn't look so gray. And I also want to make sure that I'm paying attention to the shadow that we had before. I know, it probably feels like I'm destroying this thing, but there's usually a method to the madness. Usually. Are looking good, thank you, John. Let me think what else. I want to try to respect the color I'm choosing here. We'll have something like the strong highlights that are coming in, and then I don't want it to look plastic. Maybe not. How does it look if we do something like... No. Can we do something with Rembrandt lighting? Would that work? Maybe. Maybe, if I don't make it as dirty. Maybe it'll work. Why are you giving me dirty colors? I don't want dirty colors. And then we could maybe soften it up a little. Maybe not. Maybe I'm going to obscure here. All right, let's just simplify it. Let's just keep it simple. Remember, guys, I'm trying to experiment a little bit as I go. So, do keep that in mind here. I'm trying to do, like, a little bit of live experimentation. But that's why I was saying that it's a really good exercise, and it helps a lot to learn from. I think I'm gonna push the highlight on here a little bit more. Yeah. I don't want it to look like she's, like... I don't want it to look like her head is just plopped on. So I'm trying to do what I can to... sort of... not make it seem as stiff. Not always easy to figure out how that's gonna look. But this is the first one of the series, so, you know. I'm just thinking here. Still a little too stiff for my liking, but... It's a little frustrating when, like, you know you can do better, you're just not, you're just not quite sure how that's going to go. And I guess the best way I can say is, like, your head is... Your head is beyond your hands, so you know it looks right, you just can't quite figure out what the steps are to get there. I feel that a lot, yeah. It's annoying, right? Because it's like running a marathon. Like, in the beginning, everything is really weak, right? Like, if you've never run a marathon before, and then as you run, either your legs are gonna give out first, or your breath is gonna give out first. And you can strengthen your legs, but then your breath is, and your legs are better, but then your breath gives out. And then you strengthen your breath, and you can run further, but then your legs give out. And you kind of have to keep building them both back and forth. But when you're at a point where one is much further along than the other, it's just, you know, it can get a little frustrating. And that's sort of where I'm at lately, is I know that it can go further. Because my head is a little further along, I just need to get my hand a little further along. Thinking faster than you can move, talk, or draw. There you go. I am fashionably late. No worries, Vessa. Hello, hello. I don't know why I said no worries, but you're all good. Hello, hello, hello. You know what? This is good. You got to miss the ugly phase. That's good. That's a good thing. Alright, I'm gonna push these highlights a little bit more if I can. If I can get the base here. There we go. Your never has an ugly face as far as I'm concerned. Oh, yeah, no, it definitely does. I mean, yeah, the rest of chat can tell when there's the, can tell you that there's an uncanny valley moment. There's definitely an Uncanny Valley moment. I won't pretend there isn't. Get a little bit of highlight on the back end here. There we go. This I ended up putting on the same layer with the hair, which doesn't make sense, so we are going to split that and put that above the hair. There we go. You can actually see what we're doing. It's like the ugly duckling must be so before it evolves into a beautiful swan. There you go. There you go. So that's a good way of thinking about it. Alright, this is still the hair, right? And how did this happen? What? Did I not hide the other layer? What is this layer? Oh, I'm getting confused with the layers now. What did I do? What is this of? I think I probably painted over. Alright, let me make sure that these are in the same order they need to be in. There we go. Is the rest? Okay. Alright, we're good now. We are good. We are good. And then we're eventually going to get to the point where we don't need the line art. So I'm just going to reduce the opacity, just so I can still see a tiny bit of it where I need to, but not much. And then we can get to the point where we start cleaning things up a little bit more. Cross, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Also, Thorn, thank you so much for resubscribing on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've actually, oh my gosh, I've been thinking that I really, oh my god, I'm scared to say this because you guys always just say like, yeah, you need to get on that. But I need to do like more custom emotes and sub emotes and all those things. Sub badges. I'm not, yeah. Why am I not shocked? Guys, yesterday I was writing all the stuff down that I need to get done, and I was making, thank you, Dolphin, I made 3 separate lists on 3 separate notepads. All for completely different things, but all eventually, hopefully, useful. Also, I still need to figure out how audio works on OBS. I still need to experiment with some things, but I did figure out how to put in the replay buffer. So if there's anything that you guys want as like notes for the future, I actually figured out how to add replay buffer. Thank you, Ressa, for continually reminding me until I actually got my tail going and did it. I didn't do this last time? What? Oh no. Porn, why does this amuse you so much? Why does that amuse you? I want to see what kind of demi-human emotes you come up with. Yeah, I definitely want to. Thorn's a simple dragon to please. Oh my god. I promise you I'm not the only one amused by your toenail impression. Oh my gosh. Giving you a huge raid right before you do. Yeah, no, Thorn's done that. Thorn has definitely done that before. I think, what did he do? He did it, like, one time when Senpai came in. And I was like, gosh darn you. Yeah, I think he times them intentionally. Sometimes. It wouldn't shock me. How do I want to work this? Is this gonna be painted line art? Is that what we're basically doing? Painted line art? I can do painted line art. That'll work. Painted line art meaning that I'm using a paintbrush and not using a separate line art layer. I'm just sort of painting it in as I go. I got really interested in this style from an artist named Lack, and I've sort of like picked it up ever since, and it's a really nice way that I like to do speed paints to sort of just clean up the edges and such. He's a wicked little thing, so I can see that. But he's our weird little wicked thing. Wicked little thing. Okay. If I can get a little bit of the shadow on each end. I still need to figure out how to simplify light for anime. It's like there's so much where you're breaking the rules. It's not always clear. But I think something like this is pretty good. Trying to... I can't get myself to simplify it nicely. I always want to keep adding, like, a little bit extra. And I don't know... It's a matter of finding a good balance, and I don't quite know where the balance is yet. I'm still trying to figure out the balance. And I think that the more of these we do, the better off we will be. Diana Oni-chan, thank you so much for following. There we go. Oh, wait, let me know if that didn't work. Let me know if the ear twitch just didn't work, because I think I just realized that it might have, shoot. Hang on one sec. Hang on one sec, because Churros was telling me something earlier, and it probably didn't work. No yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Alright, I will give you another to make up for that. Hopefully that works. Okay, alright. I am going to need to figure out audio, because I am sort of still in a weird, can't quite figure it out yet state. Because I was trying to figure out how to add recording and add the replay and all kinds of things, and I was throwing around too many settings at once, and I probably broke a lot of stuff. If anyone knows how to work the multiple source thing, I would be happy to listen. Thank you for letting me know. Do I have a preference? Being called Starlight or Akari? No, I don't really have too much of a preference, I suppose. I guess I'm more used to Star, but I'm fine with whatever. It's not really like a first name, last name thing. It's kind of like... I don't really know how to describe it. It's whatever you want it to be. Huh? Well, no, I mean, it's my name either way. It's just, you know, however you want to go about it. I picked up the second half. I picked up the Ikari part, because, you know, normally in an anthro form, we don't really need as complicated names, but I felt like taking on a demi-human form, it's more common to have 2 parts to a name. I'm trying to figure out, like, where I want to add the... where I want to add the line art and such. Diana, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I definitely want to be putting more work into the YouTube soon, very soon. What I'm actually doing is trying to record this stream with the with just Clip Studio, so I can attempt to turn these into speed paints afterwards. Probably gonna need the highlight there. That works. BRB, seems I need to do a restart. How dare my machine not work when I haven't turned it off properly for days. Oh jeez, I can relate. I can relate. Oh my gosh, I was trying to put off updates for the longest time, and it finally got to the point where it wouldn't let me put them off. And I'd have everything on so that it couldn't update. I updated everything last night, so hopefully it's not gonna yell at me anymore, but... I don't like the automatic updates. They're not fun. Not great. Alright. Clean this up a bit. I don't really need to spend too much time on this because this is, like, sort of a less prevalent part of the piece, I suppose. I want to make sure that the... what is this? Line art? Get rid of that. Clean this up. Make sure everything is all nice and tidy. And just repeating it on the other side. Make sure that works. How are we for time? I think we're okay. So the beginning of these kind of things go faster because you're just sort of establishing base colors and such, and then as you go, it sort of slows down as you work on each little individual rendering bit. Rowan, are you implying that you're not sensible? What are you trying to imply, Rowan? PC's happy? Alright, that is good. We like happy PCs. I'm not very sensible. Have you met my family? I don't know. I believe I've at least met the butler. I don't know about anyone else. The arm still feels a little bit off, but I can't quite make out why. It's probably a shading issue that I'm just not familiar with at the moment. I also want to add shading there so it doesn't just suddenly stop shading where the clothing starts. That doesn't make sense. This should all still be one layer, right? Thank goodness. That makes my life easier. And I'm still getting a little thrown off by where these line art pieces are. Let me try to get rid of a few more just in case. Actually, no, what I should be doing, what I was supposed to be doing is combining them. So that they don't cause me any more trouble. I think as long as we get this part done, make sure everything is all spick and span here. Not gonna mess up anything else. That's all we really need, right? Okay, that's good. So then I've got the darker piece to clean up the shirt. And then we can keep going. Definitely met the butler and Aiden. Oh, I know I've met Aiden. And yes, I believe I've met the butler once or twice. And then, alright, refine a bit more of the color here, make that a little softer. And then that's probably just going to be a stitch line, sort of accent the form. That should all be good. We are getting there. It is slowly evolving into something that makes sense. Ever so slowly, ever so slightly. Must be nice to have a family. It's just me and my redacted number of bodies sharing one brain. I'm trying to think back to the Wendy's thing now. Because if you're sharing, like, if you're sharing one brain, then would you... How could... Wait. If you're sharing one brain, then how does one give orders? Don't think about it too hard. Okay, fine. Alright, fine. When family is not naturally available, acquire suitable candidates. It's what I did. That is fair. Where are we going with the color here? I don't know if my method to the madness is working quite yet, but hopefully somewhat. Hopefully to some extent. And then I think what we're going to try to do is add a little bit more of the nice gold effects, similar to what I've done with the pirate hat with Halloween, with the Halloween assets. So we make one area very dark. We're just sort of mimicking the reflection that you might have. And then try to get it in a few other places where it's present. I actually probably should have waited until I refined where those were. And then go for a very light color. And sort of get that metallic shine that you would see. And you can push this pretty far, I think. I'd say anyway. Sort of gives a nice glow there. I'm going to use a line art darker color to sort of stabilize this whole thing. And then I might do an edging with a very light color. There we go. You can kind of see it's getting like a little bit of a gold trim effect now. Thank you, Dolphin. Get like a nice pure white on some areas. There we go. I want something a little bit darker just to sort of... Actually, I'll fade that from the back. Have a little bit more contrast in the color. There we go. And then I also want to make sure that I'm paying attention to how much is going to be cut off. Because I don't want to distort the... I don't want to distort the composition. I want to make sure that I'm still paying attention to that. Trying to get that right in the end. There we go. And you can see that I'm not being as particular and finicky as I normally would, because I know that I'm just sort of moving around the piece. I mean, if you're watching, you might think that it's still being really finicky to do a bunch of like undo and redo, but much less than I would normally do, I assure you. Alright, I want to make sure that I get her buttons on here. Oh, wait, is this... I guess I should have zoomed in closer to the outfit. There's actually... Okay, the collar is gold on the underside. So there's a trim of gold on the edge of this. That makes sense, but I didn't consider it earlier. So it's fine, it doesn't change too much. But basically what it means is that this sort of has a tiny bit of a trim that you can see on the edge. Not much, just a little bit. Just a little bit to stand out. I didn't realize that before, but that makes sense. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's things that you don't notice about the outfit until you actually have to draw it. And then a lot that you might have overlooked just staring at it, you pick up once you have to actually put pen to paper. I played a match of COD with the TV muted and listening to you and somehow did better than when I can hear the game. Oh my gosh. That's interesting. My voice does bring blessings. That's weird to hear. I'm in the don't like the sound of your voice camp. So it's weird to hear. But I guess everyone is, right? I mean, that's probably an unavoidable, would be my guess. Send the voice to. Jeez. I'm glad you think so. Ugh. What was I doing? What was I working on? I'm still trying to figure out trim. Get mad if you want, but I'm right. Jeez. All I know is that I need to figure out trim. That is the only thing that I am currently of comprehending ability. This does feel weird. Okay. I didn't do this right. This should have been lower. And this should have been further up. But this is why it's kind of nice sometimes to be able to just do this on one layer. So I don't have to, like, jump around different layers. I can just sort of paint over what I need to fix. Geez, count 10 sweats. I'd be scared if you were keeping count. I can't count that high to work. I can't reply. I can't reply because I would just... You backed me into a corner on replying to that. Alright, I'm trying to do my best to not, like, freak out too much on the detail. I just want a little bit of a nice edge on the rendering. So let me just keep trying to push along with cleaning up these edges. And see if we can get a bit further. Further along. I heard it in your sigh. What else would you expect? What do you expect? Gotta agree with Roan? What? Agree with Roan? Yeah, no one likes the sound of their own voice, that's true. No more bullying. I don't know how to, it throws me in a confusing position. Because I can't say anything. But I'm still trying to talk on stream. So I continually talk about the trim. The trim of the top here. But it's all right. You're all good. These are uneven. Try to make sure the shadows are even enough. At some point I really want to try opening for these kind of speed paints as well. I need to get to the a little bit more of a comfort level with them. I need to do a few more of them. But at some point I want to do these in sort of like a skeb style. Just sort of one-off paintings. I don't know, I think it would be nice. Because again, with the painting, you don't have to be super crazy on detail. So it would be like a cheaper alternative for people who don't need like the cleanest line weights and such. Again, I think I still need to practice a bit more with it, but I just, I like doing the style. It's a nice style. I still wait for 3 minutes and it's pick on the streamer. It's at least positive. I think I need to push the shadows here a bit more so that you can clearly see the trim. Save the work, save the world. I mean... yeah. You know, at least the nice thing is, you know, if I'm not playing games, you guys can't, tease me for, like, you know, not getting a kill or something. But you can always tease me for getting the wrong layer. That's true. Alright. That is looking cleaner. I'm starting to see the... what would you call it? I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Tangents? What? Are not present. There are probably tangents in here that I don't know about yet, but I'm doing my best to avoid them. Jeez, though, yeah. I wanna make a tangent emote. So, if at some point that is showing up, you guys can yell at me before it's too late. Because eventually I'm gonna curse everyone and make it so that they are all stuck seeing tangents. I've already cursed Vesa, but I need to curse everybody else. Before I'd introduced me to you, I knew nothing about tangents. It's not something that, that is super commonly talked about, even in art schools. Which is probably why all the students got very irritated with me. Yeah, it's not that common, honestly. You'd think it would be. If I was to play a game on stream, what type would I play? Geez, I don't know. Probably not what I would normally play, because I would need some- well, no, I mean... I'm just trying to think how it works to play games on stream, so probably, like, maybe something turn-based like Pokemon? What am I doing? There's not a trim there. That's supposed to be line art. It wouldn't have a highlight. There's nothing there. It's absence of reality. Am I good with Wargame? Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Oh my gosh, no. We Raylis's community was in here earlier. Some of them might still be here. And I think poor Raylis lost one of his what does he add? 7 lives now? I believe he has 7 lives. Maybe he's down to 6 at this point. No, I could never. I could never. Not happening. It would be a nasty horror survival game just to throw everyone off. I need to go so I can charge the phone and play Pikmin Mobile. Alright, no worries, Dolphin. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. But no, that is never... Look, I haven't even played Jackbox on stream, okay? I just realized that I'm adding shadows that probably wouldn't be as visible. I think I've told you guys though, I'm mainly like a Nintendo person. Mainly a Nintendo fan. Alright, that is cleaned up. This still needs a little bit more cleanup. I'm not using my time as well as I should be. So I should keep note of that. I need to utilize my time a little bit better in these, in this speed work. And it's probably just because this has more trim than I realized, honestly. Like, if this didn't have as much trim, I'd probably be okay. It's still, you know, she has a, Sora has a fairly simple design, but there's still a lot that I didn't notice at first. A surprising amount, actually. Surprising amount I wasn't noticing at first. But what do you guys think of these stream formats? Is it interesting to see, like, one thing happening, for, like, the duration of a stream, doing, like, a speed paint type thing? Like, when I'm doing different types of, art on stream, what is the most enjoyable for you guys to watch? I'd be curious to know. I might do a poll on it later. Am I doing them in a certain order, like by generation, or just whoever hits the mood? I was trying to do them in order. I was thinking, like, Sora being Gen 0. That was kind of my idea, was to sort of go down the different members. I might switch around at some point. I wanted to start with Sora to, like, have a good base. I definitely want to do, Holomyth at some point. I'm not sure if I would have the patience to wait until being at that point, but we'll see. It's not about the art subject itself, it's about the technique and the conversation. Oh, alright, okay. This has been very interesting to watch, so yes, I like this. I like seeing something grow from nothing and how I do the shading and adjustments. Alright. Maybe we will... I've been thinking, like, I really want to try to make this into a stream series. Because I think there's a lot that you can learn when you have these stream limitations of, like, trying to get it done swiftly. And in terms of Evergreen, it's really nice to just have, like, a one and done for shorts and such. So I was thinking that was sort of where I wanted to try taking things. And you can learn different stuff from each piece, of course. I just want to make sure I'm not, like... I don't know how much it matters to you guys, but I get paranoid with the subject matter sometimes. So, like, I'm probably, at some point, probably going to do streams where I'm doing assets that are, like, months ahead of time, because, like, VTuber Senpai was saying that we should be doing our assets way ahead, and I agree with him, but I don't know if you guys would want to be seeing, like, Christmas in July. That would be weird, so... But I'm hoping that with like, Hololive members, it's a little different. Going to work is fascinating to watch by itself, whether speed paints or the master study or paid work. Oh, alright, okay. I'm back! Welcome back, Gruntle. I could watch you draw a very detailed cardboard box and it would still probably be a fun stream. I've drawn a very detailed, ball of leather. Gotta get the evergreen content, but seriously, this is fun to be here for? I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear that. Alright. This is getting cleaned up now. We can start seeing the where everything's supposed to be going. But I'm glad that you guys I'm glad you guys are very open to the different subject matters and things. I'm still gonna be annoying and voice notable works to do studies of on. That is totally fine. I'm open to that. This also doesn't have trim. Why do I keep making trim where there isn't any? I keep, like, inventing where there's supposed to be trim. That's not right. What's evergreen content? Evergreen content is stuff that, doesn't really expire. It doesn't really, have a limitation, or it's not really from anything that is time sensitive. It's not like a news story or something. It's like applicable. Someone else can explain this better than I can, I think. I know what it is, I just can't get the words out. Trying to think of how I would explain it. Content doesn't go out of style. Yeah, okay, there, thank you. That's a very simplified, not simplified, that's a much simpler way than I was trying to articulate. Thank you, Ron. I'm pondering selling my main guitar, and that's leaving me kind of sad, but by doing so I can get an upgrade. Ever had that feeling about something? Yeah, definitely. Definitely, for sure. I mean... Yeah, I know what you mean by that, but... Ah, that's a hard one. But I'm hoping that, like, what you get is going to allow you to do things that you otherwise couldn't. Like, that's definitely how I've felt with, things like different tablets and such. But I'm hoping it's, you know, it's, like, all for the better. Any person can watch any time and get something from. Yeah, that's a really, really good summary. But anyway, Grendel, I'm guessing it's something you've thought long and hard about, so... I think it's gonna be something that will be for the better. I don't know if it's like this with visual artists and tools, but for musicians, we literally call guitars our girlfriends and give them names. I mean, I personally don't, but I know other people who have. Like, I know a lot of people who've named their tablets and such. So, it's not something I personally have a one-to-one experience on, but I can definitely understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. A dear friend out into the world to help others. Yeah. That's good. I might not be able to start making content due to constantly changing ideas. John, I honestly can relate a lot to that. Which is why I was just asking people, like, are you okay with me, like, switching things up or doing this or doing that, because I'm, like, constantly changing how I'm doing something. Granted, it's all within the realm of art, but it could still be, like, within different niches of what people enjoy more. So, I can kind of understand where you're coming from, but my advice, and one that I am trying to take myself right now, actually, that I haven't been good at in the past, but I'm trying to learn from, is to just start with something, and you can always tweak it as you go, and you don't have to stick with what you choose. And I think that that's the part that can really trip people up, is thinking that what decision they're making is really permanent, and I've definitely felt this way. But I think it's better to just try one thing that you know that you already enjoy, and see how it goes, and if you want to switch it up later, then you can switch it up later. And I know that's easier said than done, but I think it's just, it's something that you have to, you just have to try something. You know, because if you don't try something, you're just going to be mad at yourself for not having jumped on anything. I know there were some people I was talking to earlier, actually I think it was in Senpai's stream, where people were saying, like, my biggest regret is not having started sooner. So instead of worrying about, like, the individual piece of content, and again, this is something I've done, I would instead focus on just trying one thing, and if you don't like what it is, then you can always switch it up. Because in the beginning, what we have the biggest advantage of compared to other content creators is that we're not nearly as well known. Because we're not nearly as well known, we have a lot of opportunity to keep switching things around until we find something that we like and want to stick with. But in the beginning, we don't have to stick with anything. Hopefully that helps. There's no line art? No, there's, basically I started off with line art to create a base, and then I just sort of gradually got rid of the line art. Try not to sell stuff with sentimental value if I can help it, yeah. Alright, this is looking okay, and now we still have everything else. Yeah, Kitsu, when I do speed paints like this, it's actually much, much faster for me if I don't do line art. If I was doing this with clean line art, we would be here for another 10 hours? Maybe not 10, but at least 8. So when I do speed paints, I never use line art. There's definitely people who can. I just, I'm not at that point where I can yet, and actually, the more I think about it, the more I think I still probably could have simplified the rendering I did here today. It's still a lot of trial and error on this for me. AR stream, let's go. I've never done anything close to an AR stream. I don't know if I physically could. I'm genuinely not even... Yeah. I've been thinking about, like, how people do subathons and marathon streams and things, and I don't think that's anything I would be capable of soon. Vesa 8-hour stream win. Vesa stream win. I'm teasing. I don't mean to be rude about that. I might sell the guitar for around 1,000 in order to buy a 2,000 Japanese-made one, but I even hired an artist to paint some lines to— oh. Yeah, that's rough, Grendel. I'm sorry. But do you think you can hire another artist to customize the Japanese one? Because it sounds like it might be like a really nice upgrade. But I really like how Roan said it. That you're letting the guitar go to someone who's gonna really love and cherish it, and then you're gonna have like a new relationship with the other one. And our stream would be when it's a job. I mean, there's people who do like, you know, once in a blue moon 8-hour streams, but I'm just saying I don't think I would have the— I don't think I'd have the stamina for that. I mean, maybe someday I would like to do like an event type thing, but not anytime soon. Because I think with streaming, you sometimes get, you can get senses of FOMO, where people are doing like special stream type events, and you feel like you want to at least have done one of each, just to think that you, like, you know, are doing, are hitting all the streamer milestones, let's say. I don't know, does anyone else feel that way? You're seeing everyone else around you doing something, makes sense that you would want to try to figure out a way to do it too. At some point. I don't know, that's just how I feel about a lot of things. I've got to figure out a way to be faster with this. Iron Mouse did a month on stream once. It got a world record. Yeah, I do remember that when she did her crazy subathon. I do remember that. I don't quite, I mean, that's like, you're streaming every day, but it's not like consistent, right? If you're doing something at that intensity. Because everyone needs sleep. Y'all gonna be lucky to get a 2-hour stream out of me, not gonna lie. Best of VTubing News Network to rival Full City win? That would actually be really fun. I could see it. Seeing others achieve their goals definitely makes me more motivated, though I tend to keep the results to myself. Imposter syndrome, I guess. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. That's how I was feeling the other day, like, people in the Discord server were talking about how they were achieving all these goals, and I wasn't having the best day that time. But seeing that other people were achieving all those goals sort of like helped cheer me up a bit too. It's weird how it works like that sometimes. Trying to get a tiny bit of highlight so you can see there. Not zooming in for a while. I find it a little bit easier to do speed paint work when I keep everything zoomed out, because otherwise you get too intense on detail. If I'm doing something that needs to be clean, then I will definitely be zooming in and paying a lot more attention, because it's probably very rough if I was to zoom in. But it helps me keep going in a speed paint sense. That would be one of the differences between like a speed paint and a painting. Wouldn't mind doing an 8-hour stream, but I bet after 3 hours I'd be tired and feeling like I ran a marathon. Yeah. I've done 4-hour, but that was only for like special events and such. So I couldn't imagine 8-hour. And I've gotta keep moving on this piece because I am still like realizing how much time I'm sort of wasting and fiddling around. I'm fiddling around a little too much on this piece, and I can notice it in myself. I can see that I'm doing it. So I need to be a little more focused. Because I think I keep painting around stuff. But again, this is basically a test stream. In multiple senses of the word, frankly, because I also tried messing up the audio. But this is essentially a test stream to see, like, how we want to try moving forward and faster and all that stuff. Zero desire to do VTubing news. I don't even like corpos. Fair enough. Charlotte won't stepped on a stream and regretted it for a funny reason. I don't remember that. Everything looks good except the eye. She looks like she's been idling for days straight and is so done with it. That's what I was saying, right? If you don't have the highlights, it falls apart. Speaking of the test stream, I'm about to do a test stream one of these days. Secret stream. Ooh. I'll have to see if someone can sneak in on the— I'm joking. I'm joking, but I hope it goes well. The eyes are staring. Yeah, I know. We're slowly, we're moving, we're going from top to bottom at this point. Like, you can see that we're moving around the piece. We're moving above. I'll start getting to the face soon, though. Once the eyes are less dead, hopefully we'll be in a better position. Because I agree, it is the soulless dead eyes that you usually see as a trope. Go eat? Yes, we eat early. Have a good rest of the stream. Alright. Thank you for stopping by, Vessa. I really appreciate it, and enjoy whatever you are having. Make sure not to get any dust bunnies stuck in there. Where's the edging? I can't— What detail does she have on this collar? Oh, it's like a diamond with a star in the middle. Okay. I'm going with a dark color just because I can keep adding light like I was mentioning earlier. And oh my gosh, you zoom in to your reference sheet and you realize there's much more detail than you could even see from here, and it's weirdly embarrassing. I couldn't see the detail on here before, but there's actually quite a lot. Alright. We're still making okay time though. Which I was nervous about, but I think we're still doing okay. Believe it or not, I think we're still doing okay. Believe it or not. This collar goes up a little bit more, is actually a lot higher. Kind of slopes downward a little more. I just want to get to the point where I can work on the face, but I'm trying to go in order at this point, just so I don't mess up anything else. Keyword on anything else. I don't know how people make their cell shading look so good when you can't blend the colors as nicely. I'm a sucker for needing to blend. Whoa! What? Go away, go away, go away. Hang on. Come on. Alright, are we better? Are we good? What did I just... Alright, are you good? Are you happy? Can we keep working? Thank you, I don't know what that was. Ever feel the need to blend in? I can't tell if you're making, like, I can't tell if you're legitimately asking or making a pun. Senpai doesn't hurt himself. I'm genuinely worried. I'm genuinely worried for that man. I mean, I was genuinely worried for Rayless with the horror stream. I'm genuinely worried for Senpai with the spice stream. Why is everyone hurting themselves intentionally lately? He will in one way or another. I get nervous for people when they do crazy streams like that. Slapstick comedy hits better when it's real. What the heck do you mean by that, Murdoch? Me doing the spicy drip challenge, so it'll be fine. I'd risk stomach aches in the bathroom over VR4. Neither of them sound very pleasant, frankly. Neither of them sound like an idea of fun. But that's just me. Like, I don't know, when we hit milestones, I do free art. When other people hit milestones, they torture themselves. Everyone's allowed to do what they want. I just, I do get genuinely concerned for people. I didn't mean to be rude saying that. I realized that that did come off as sounding a bit rude, so that wasn't my intention. I apologize if that came off as rude. Won't dampen the mood here? Okay then. Yikes. What am I doing for the bow here? It's more complicated than I thought. I'm erasing the detail at the moment just so I can create a cleaner finish and then add the detail back in. Because I think that that is sort of a easier way to go about these things sometimes. Adding a little bit of that brighter yellow. Sun feels like Freedom Planet. I think I've heard someone else say Freedom Planet before. VR horror equals death, spice equals bathroom podcast. Neither of them sound like my idea of fun. Alright, that should be good for this part. I just realized that I forgot to add the trim to the other end there. Let me just add that in real quick. And then I think we're almost at the point where I can get this cleaned up. I still need to fix the other hand. I know that it's a little rough looking. Actually, both are a little rough looking, but this one more so. Let's see if I can quickly get in on that one, just so I don't get distracted and forget to do it. What next? Someone sets a goal to do Squid Game or Saw. Vessel was actually saying that as a joke yesterday, specifically mentioning Saw. Gee. Torture stream ideas, browsing. Grendel, why do you hate me? Grendel wants to see me lose one of my lives, and I don't believe I have 9. And only suggested shorter streams for streamer absolutely adore. Oh, gee. I suppose I should take that as a compliment, but, also yikes. I appreciate it, but those are personal hard hitters. Are these all gonna be in highlight? I think most of them would be. Alright, they're not, the hands aren't perfect, but they're much cleaner than they were before, which is a win in my book. Here we go. This is feeling a little bit better. Wait, what? Hang on. Wait, what? We need to hide behind Year's expression. What? No, I don't know. I don't know who that- what? That is the reason there's no longer a Sonic Archie comic? His art is more his ego than anything? What? I'm not- I am completely lost. Don't ask. I don't know, you mentioned Sonic and scary art, and it's like, is this like, are you trying to recommend like Christian to me? Like, what is this? What makes Sonic character like that? Okay, I guess I'm going to have to look this up later, apparently. I guess I'm going to have to see what the heck it is you're squawking about. Alright, let's figure out her bow here, because this is... Once I get the bow done, this whole front area is going to be pretty much complete, which will be a good sign of progress. You'd think I would be spending the most time on the face and the hair, and to be honest, I probably should be. That would have most likely been a smarter use of time, would be to focus on the part that most humans identify with. So, you know, next time we're gonna probably do that instead. Focus on the part that gets noticed more. The face. realize the bow sort of overlaps a little bit more. A little bit more here than anything. Christian was least indie, Ken Panders was corporate. So you're basically saying, like, how was this man hired? Is that what you're saying? Grendel, feel free to send me this later. You've piqued my curiosity at this point. Get a little bit more of a sort of painted line in there. Neither of them compared to old bosses like Butch Hartman. Well, that's what I was saying before, in this debate with somebody, is they were talking about value of art, and I said you can't really... They were talking about the value of art versus the price, and I said you also have to consider how well known someone is, and I said, you know, Butch Hartman gets hundreds of dollars for his work, not because it's good, but because everyone knows the name. So sometimes things go beyond just the piece itself, you know? The man literally killed a comic, then plagiarized the echidnas from Sonic for the only thing he has, and thankfully died. Alright. I want to clean up this part a little bit here, just because it's not really clear where the buttons go. And it's sort of a overlap of lines. Messy overlap of lines that I want to fix. Get rid of that. I think I do need to be a little bit messier with these pieces in particular because they are speed paints. I'm not going to get them within the time I'm allotting if I am focused a little too much on the edging. So for this piece, I'm going to continue at the pace I am, but for the next piece, I think I need to switch it up a bit and work a little faster. Because once you've done an area at a certain completion level, you can't really just sort of stop where you're doing that. I mean, at least I can't. So I'm going to keep going at the more detailed and then try to change it up next time around. I mean, you guys understand that, right? You get too far into a project and then you can't really backtrack. You can't really make it at a lower quality than the rest of the rest of everything else you've been doing. You guys know what I mean, right? You need consistent quality in the piece, otherwise it looks half-finished. Yeah, exactly, there you go. Whereas if I just, like, if it was consistent quality, but it was slightly lower, then it would at least be passable. You get where I'm coming from, though. Oh, there's so much gold. There's so much gold in this work, in this design. So much gold I didn't realize was there before. Happens every time I start work on a new model. Yeah. It's like, oh, this probably would have been better if I actually went a little less intense. Yeah, you get where I'm coming from. I'm not really sure how this shine is going to work. That's fine. It gets the idea across. That's what's useful. It's just a weird amount of gold here. I'm just not really sure how to, not really quite sure how the reflective part would sit. Or something like that's okay. And then a little bit of shading here. For the edge. Oof. The biggest piece of gold there is not invisible. Her heart. I don't know if she's wholesome. I think for the most part, I would say. Thorn doesn't want to hoard gold, he wants to hoard power. Yeah, no, that is very true. That is very accurate. I think he also wants to hoard peasants. I think that's probably more accurate. He's more amused by peasants. I don't think he values gold much, actually. I think it's something that he realizes other people value, but he doesn't quite understand why. If I remember correctly. But I do know he very much values peasants. You know, as a snack. Right down to being a wrinkly grimace dragon. What part's next? There's still so much gold here. Why do I feel like it's suddenly not softened? Oh, no, we're okay. We are okay. I'm getting slightly annoyed with the amount of gold. And there's one last one here. That should be good. There we go. Gold or silver? Silver for me, personally. I don't think that, I don't think I would work as nicely with gold. If I had more of like a midnight blue scheme, then I could see it. Oh, Pokemon gold or silver? Oh, then that's reverse. Then I would say gold. I really like Ho-Oh. But if I'm allowed to also insert my own choice, Crystal. Pokemon Crystal. Sapphire or Ruby? Ruby. Is that all of it? Did we get the, did we get this part done? Are we done with this? How about the gems? Then, again, reversed. Why is that the case? I don't know why that's the case, but it is for some reason. I don't know. With Pokemon, it's like the reverse of my actual preference. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. I wish I could tell you, but I can't tell you. I don't know why that is the case. It just seems to happen that way. I'm not sure why. Alright, let's see if we can fix up this mouth a little bit to be less cringy. Maybe for her it would look good if her teeth showed. Maybe. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe for her it'll look good, though. Sarah needs a walk, I'll have to go. Stream got me started on the first scenery piece for next year. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I'm excited to see that, actually. But have a wonderful walk with Saris. Tell the little pupper I say hello. Yeah, this is the part where I get a little bit tripped up is how fast the design for the mouth can change if you don't get it right. See, it's still off, and the fact it's off makes the rest of the piece look awkward. I'm gonna keep ranting about that because it's insane to me how much it changes things. It really is. It's like a tiny, tiny piece of the painting, but you can see how much it changes how it looks. It's really weird. I don't actually understand why. Hopefully that's okay. And then I think we can focus on the eyes. Let me see here. She's got a few different ways. A few different styles in her eyes, I think. Can we just combine these? Because that might be easier. Whoa, that looks terrifying. Woof. Alright. This is where I actually do need to zoom out because I can't quite see what I'm doing. And I'm also going to get rid of that real fast, just so I can see what's going on. Pokemon Twitter unveiled a regional variant an hour ago. If that was at the very beginning of stream, then I would have just made the stream a speed paint of the regional variant. Who is it? Or, actually, no, don't. Other people might not want spoilers, so actually nix that. I will have to check it out after stream. I know some people don't like spoilers with that, so. I'm sure we're not missing much. If it's, that's the, interesting thing is, with any new Pokemon that comes out, artists scramble to try to be one of the first to do fan art of it. And if you are one of the first within, like, the first, I want to say you've got a good 20 minutes, then you can get a decent amount of attention on social. You either have to be, like, one of the first within 20 minutes, or one of the best within the hour. That is usually how it goes when a new Pokemon gets released. I did it once with, what was it? When Scorbunny came out? I did it on my phone. Because I was out and away from the spellbook. So I quickly did it on a phone, which is a lot clunkier, but get it out in like 10 minutes or so, and you can get a decent amount of attention as like one of the first with fan art. Sounds more of a hassle than it's worth. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it again. I tried to also do it with the Scarlet and Violet starters a bit ago, and yeah, it's not really worth it anymore. I'm just saying, when people talk about like Pokemon releases and art Twitter, that's what they're referring to. And you legitimately only have like maximum an hour. I'm not saying it makes much sense, I'm just saying that's the way it is. Also, hello again, Vessa! I eat it fast, I'm back. I hope you have had a good meal. Alright, that's fine the way it is. See, guys, the eyes are becoming less scary. They're becoming less terrifying as we go. We're slowly getting out of scary territory. Ever so slightly, but slowly but surely. I'm interested to know your reaction to it, but that's about it. I will react later, and I will message you in the Discord. Oh, and by the way, before I forget, we have an art-focused Discord channel if anyone wants to join. If you are an artist, you can post your work. If you're not an artist and just like to check out all of the cool art or get stream notifications, then you are welcome to join us. See here? Too many Pokemon? Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Murdoch. Oh my gosh, Stream Elements decided to behave. Murdoch was able to tame the Stream Elements. I like the Starling Violet Green Kitty. Yeah, who didn't? Who didn't? Our Twitter sounds more savage and uncivilized than regular Twitter. In some ways, you're not wrong. Every new Pokemon gen upsets me because no type Eevee. Yeah, when was the... Gen 6 was Sylveon, so yeah, it's been a while. I just want Ghost type Eevee. I think you're not alone there. We could get an Eevee variant. I think the other thing with them, with how they pick the variants is we have to keep in mind the merch team also has to consider what goes on. So every time they have a new Eevee variant, it means that they have to redo a bunch of merch with, like, all 8 of them, or whatever it is now. Metallion win? Metallion win? Yeah. Alright, how are we gonna... I'm gonna try to clean up where the eyes are. Get rid of the iris for the moment. I know it looks freaky, just don't judge me at the moment. Just give me a second. I know. I get it. Just let me get the shape in here before you make any weird accusations. I know, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Alright, okay, are we... Jeez. Alright, is that good enough for shape? Okay, alright, okay, we're good. It is Halloween after all. No! No! I am trying here. Why'd I Kitsu, I just read that in False ID's voice. I have problems. I hate this. Remember when I talked about the ugly face? You remember that? You remember that, chat? Remember when I talked about that every art piece has an ugly face that we all have to get through? This is that ugly face. I can't believe I read that in False ID's voice. I hate this. The art's good, but honestly, never really dug Sora's character design. That's fair. It's very, like, yeah, I think it is because she was the first, so they were going with, like, a very simple, idol look, and then, like, as things evolved, it all just got more and more, advanced. Because, like, Sora and Kizuna Ai all, both have more of a simplified idol design. Fix that real quick. I don't want it to be right against the edge because it's gonna look a little... I don't want it to look too cross-eyed either. Oh, this is tricky. And the eyes look so dead right now. I'm trying to get through. I need to see a little bit more of the white to give it a little bit more life. I'm just sort of trying to get that to the same level that the other eye is on. When you're doing a 3/4, you can't exactly keep, you can't just copy paste them, really. Is this a thick paint style or just cell shade? This I would call a thick paint style because I am just using paint and I'm not, everything's being very blended. So this I would definitely call a thick paint style. Alright, let's get darker on the top of the eyes here. Let's actually start bringing this poor girl to life, if we can. I feel like the darker I make it, the scarier it is temporarily. Alright. Yeah, nothing I can do about it. Anime girls are always going to look scary at this stage, and nothing I can do to help it. She actually probably has like a decent amount of glow effects here. Where else was I gonna... Probably that is fine. Looks a little bit more... a little more intense than I want, but I also know I usually don't go far enough, so... that's why I'm trying to push it a little bit. I'm trying to add some extra colors that be a little less present. I'm still trying to figure out the best way for doing eyes. Hang on, let me catch up with chat here. I am not Frankenstein, no. Can I resurrect your social life? I mean, it depends on, like, to what extent. Can I help out in a traditional sense? Probably not. Like, I can't make you, like, the most popular person in school. But I can give you a nerdy niche social life. We're gonna be good friends. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Roller coaster? No. No. If it wasn't clear by now, I really don't do well with anything, anything scary or extreme in any capacity. No scary game, no roller coaster. I am very much a scaredy fox in every sense of the word. So I apologize if that disappoints anybody, but no, I cannot handle anything scary at all. Put that as a glow, ow. Glow. And white. VR Resident Evil Village stream 1. Oh. I'm clever to avoid scary things. There you go. That's a good way to see it. Yeah. Do I get scared around other foxes if they're spooky, like Kitsune Yokai? No, I think I would get along, fairly well. No Kitsune? I'm not sure of, though. No Kitsune might be a little harder to deal with. Look, guys, see, I wasn't lying. It was eventually going to become slightly normal looking. Eventually. I could still do a lot more with this, but it's better than it was, and that is what I can say on that. She actually has a lot less going here in terms of the intensity of the color. I want to figure out how to go further with this. Yeah, this is sort of the eye style that I'm comfortable with at the moment, but I do want to try expanding it in the future and making it more detailed. Because I think I could push this more. It's just gonna, you know, I have to do a fair amount of these before I figure out where the groove is. But at least it's getting to a semblance of somewhat normalcy. We'll see. And then I can add the hair back so you guys don't accuse me of trying to hurt any other VTubers. She also has the charm, which I almost forgot. I'm kind of envious of people that get scared. There's like whole activities and genres or things that don't do much for me. Show me the tricks of trade and how to tell good ones from bad. I enjoy them, but the fear was lost. I'm the scariest thing here, a federal agent, but you seem fine with me. I feel like I can handle a scary thing if I've learned to appease it. Right? Like, I mean, come on, I'm also friends with a dragon, for gosh sake. And a shadow. And a man who could choose to blast me to another time period if so desired. So, you know, it's all about making friends with those who are very scary and intimidating. A mirage, is that spoopy? It depends. It definitely can be. Depending on how you would use those powers. How do you appease me? I make funny art, and it gets me out of trouble with the with the I don't know. I make the funny art and it keeps me going for a bit. Alright, I'm actually starting to get really tired of all this gold texture. There's a lot. And I'm sure that her chibi forms are just a simplified flat yellow, but you know, it's like what I was saying before, we can't just change the quality midstream. Literally. We cannot literally change midstream. Alright. And the last thing is the hair piece. The last gold thing in here. Should have done Christmas tree instead? What? Wait, why Christmas tree? Yeah, no, Grendel, I'd prefer to not be in the back rooms. It's just a matter of when. Am I familiar with the term non-metallic metal? This reminds me of that style a lot. I don't think so, off the top of my head. Non-metallic metal. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just, like, not spending enough time rendering it to look more metallic. But I'm curious, and it would probably help me in the future to know what that is. But I think it's just my lack of rendering in this case. Oh. Mirage, I had to read your message 3 times to know what you meant. Yeah, no, I mean... Mirage, I know you're newer here, but at some point you'll see my, my anthroform and you'll see why I can also relate to the Christmas tree problem. That's what I'm gonna call it. I'm just gonna call it the Christmas tree problem now. Because that's pretty much what it is, right? Alright. That is as much as I'm gonna throw in for this at this point. What's the Christmas tree problem? It's the fact that there are certain creatures in the world that look like they could be a Christmas tree. We'd figure out whose presents to steal. No. Like, if you go into the Discord and you look at, like, the About Me section and you look at the picture with my anthroform, for me, it's not my hair, it's the chest fur. Non-metallic matter in miniature painting is when you use flat colors in such a way to make something look metallic instead of using the actual metallic paint available. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. In that case, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Christmas light necklace, oh my gosh. But yeah, someone has also pointed that out to me, so now, that's how I think of Mio, as a kindred spirit to the Christmas tree problem. I never thought of the floof as being a Christmas tree, but I can see it. No, it was bad because they were saying that, it's like, it's the floof plus the star. Which just, it makes it worse, you know? Alright, we're actually at the point where we can start doing the hair. Although I'm gonna have to make sure that I remember which layer to use where. Everything about this is clean except the hair. Let's try to clean up the hair. Good job, Thorn. No, Grendel, no. That is not... that is not a thing. There's still so much that I did here with not fixed line art, isn't there? Awesome. Alright. Let's get rid of all that. All that mess. All that messiness. What? What? I'm so confused. How? Ugh, I need to get better at doing a nice, detailed hair, but... There's something still really off-putting about these eyes, and I'm not sure what it is yet. But there's something that does not sit right with me about them. What is going on? What? Yes, I've completely lost control of Chat Mirage. I can't follow what you guys are saying at all anymore. You see there's a ferret VTuber? Yeah, there's probably a bunch. Why does that... that works better. I'll just keep it that way. He's replied... Mirage, what? There's a ferret VTuber named Nixie. I am assuming no relation. It sounds cute though. Ah. Okay, alright, okay. I'm slowly starting to see the finish line on this piece. As we get to the hair and such. This is definitely longer than I was hoping it to take, but I guess that's what happens when this is like the first one. So I'm going to try to make the subsequent ones shorter. so that I am actually speed painting and not, like, going at a snail pace. But it's really good exercise, for sure. It definitely teaches me a lot. I'm going to skip that because... There we go. They're blonde and like orange juice. I'm not sure that they're not related. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty suspicious. Alright. It's gonna have to be changed on the other end. Oh. The eyes are nah, I could do a lot better with the eyes. I want to improve the eyes a lot. This is sort of like my standard way of painting eyes, but I really want to improve it. But thank you. I still very much appreciate it. Wait, how am I suddenly... Am I on the right layer? There we go. I'm losing control of my layers. There we go. I mean, I'm losing control with a lot of things, but also the layers. There we go. That works better. Should have started with an emo- No, Thorn, no. I am so tired of seeing that. It is the solution for every single drawing I've seen, and I'm so tired of it. It is too much. It has been overdone. If I see one more drawing... You guys know why it works, right? You guys know why the Among Us to draw works? I don't know why it works, but I like this. It's because it's a design that establishes the rule of thirds. Because they always use the space mask, and the space mask is about 2/3 up from the body. And yeah, it's also basic and universal shapes. But because of the placement, it's a rule of thirds thing. Am I gonna finish it on stream? Finish what, Has? This piece? Are you referring to this one? Yeah, I'm hoping to I think we're just, we're getting to the end here. We're just at the point where I'm adding in the individual hair strands. Yeah, we are seeing the light here. Quite literally, as I'm adding the highlights. Gotta love puns, right? Gotta love puns. Alright. Rule of thirds sounds like some weird secret cult law or something. I feel like I could make a parody of that. I kinda... I don't have time to make a joke art out of everything, but I kinda want to do something related to that. That's funny. I'm gonna cross right over here with the last hair strands. You should draw a Mogus. I don't know, it's become such an annoying meme. I don't mean to be rude, but it's like got too mainstream, guys. Got too mainstream. Now, I was saying earlier that I would love to play a game of Werewolf at some point. I don't know if anyone, I know Roan went to walk the pup. I don't know if anyone else knows what Werewolf is, but I was seeing, some of, Hollow Tempest playing it, and it seems really fun. It's something I would maybe be interested in doing someday. It's like a whodunit, but there's not gameplay, it's just through talking. But yeah, so you don't have to be good at gameplay to do it, which I like. Because it makes it more accessible to people, more accessible to everyone. I'm gonna have to clean up the broken hair strands in there. You just have to be good at lying. Like, 2 truths and a lie? That kind of thing? It was funny, Hollow Tempest did a stream of it recently, and Magni Desmond put it on. And, who's the... I think Axel? Was really good at being able to deduce, like, the weird different possibilities that could have happened. It's amusing to watch. I like things that have, like, sleight of hand, that are, like, a little trickier. Not because I'm good at it, but because it fascinates me. Thor. Gotta go? Alright, no worries, Talon. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. I think we are almost there with the hair. Yeah, it's not like, I just realized that Thorn's rule is a paradox. If Thorn's #1 rule is Thorn scale lies, and then that's a lie, then it would be a... That is a paradox! That is a paradox. If you have someone whose rule is that they... It's like both sides of the dog argument. The dog in the wall. The statue in the wall. What is that? The, one of us lies and the other only one of us only lies and and the other of us only tells the truth. I mean, that's a paradox, right? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm just not able to deduce, like, simple understanding of something. But I believe that's a paradox. I'm trying to understand it now. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't lie all the time. If I lied all the time, my lives would be too easy to see through. No, true, but like, even if you didn't lie all the time, if the rule that you lie was a lie, then that would be a... Or if is the always part of it the identifier, the key to it? I don't know, it's making me think, and maybe I'm overthinking it. But it's sort of throwing me off in an amusing way. There's no always in the rule? Okay, so... Then... Would it be a paradox? I'm trying to do, like, I'm trying to figure this out. Like a... Why am I trying to hurt myself with this? Because it's amusing. Because it's sort of an interesting mind game. I don't know. I like to... Whoa! Alright, are we good? Shush. Shush. Are we good? Okay. This is where I need to get a little bit braver with the darker color, I think. And then this should be... This is definitely a longer than normal stream for me, but I feel like I'm close to the end here. So I apologize. But thank you for those who are sticking around and watching me flounder away at this. I'm gonna try to get faster the next time, and it might not be as high quality in terms of the rendering because I'm spending a decent amount of the time on the rendering here, but hopefully we can keep improving things, right? I'm gonna get rid of that strand. It's like deciphering an intelligence report, only 5% is useful. Figuring out which 5% is the catch. No one's being for I guess. I just I normally don't stream this on, so I know it's unusual, so I don't know. Alright. See if I can get the darker part of the hair here, or the shadow. Yeah, I'm going to keep trying to improve on these as we go and learn new things from them, and I realized I forgot to give her eyebrows, so I'm going to also do that. I want to get to the point where I can be adding more detail with color. I'm just not as strong as I could be in that area, but I want to get there. Really try to push things, you know? I gotta bonk you when you get too apologetic. It's for your own good. Ah. Ah. Yeah. It's it's hard to not feel weirdly guilty about things at some points. I don't know why. Reason to feel yeah, easier said than done, I suppose. My favorite conversation in all of Star Trek is where the Doctor says which part of the stories were true. Garrick says all of it was true, to which the Doctor responds, what about the lies? Especially the lies. I've seen people reference that, I just didn't know the context. Let's clean this part up too. What part is this on? Did I paint too far on this? I think I did. Probably did. I did. Okay. Alright. I'm trying to get the right shape here, and I think I went too intense on it before. Yeah, I'm trying to keep this zoomed out so that I can, just focus on the detailed area. Alright. Get a little paint there. And a little bit of the highlight, just to match everything else. Should be good. Alright. Was I genuinely considering doing tarot No, I can't, unfortunately. I can't read myself. I have had readings done, but I don't know. I don't have the memorization for a lot of the meanings, and I don't have the interpretation skills, unfortunately. I wish I could. I wish I had studied it, when I had more time, but unfortunately it's not something I was able to ever pick up. I use an app a bit to get readings, but none of it is like, I can't do it as intensely as I've had read to me. Remember you saying they seemed really accurate? Yeah, they, I feel like I wrote about it vaguely, in the Astral Musings chat before, but I'll have to see, like, how much detail I had. But basically, I feel like, there was one reading where I feel like it almost, how do I explain it? It almost told me, like, who I was going to be meeting up with. And I know that a lot of people don't really believe in that kind of thing, but I don't know. The way it was read was extremely accurate, in my personal opinion. Because, like, the way that the details went in terms of, in terms of how it was explained, was, like, a very low probability of happening. So I think that that's what kind of stuck with me. Alright. Whew. Alright, let's see here. Okay. I'm gonna grab all the layers here that I can and throw them into another folder. Can I not do that? Why can't I do that? There we go. This should be everything, right? Aside from the hair? Okay. Let me just make sure I get the hair in there. Why? Okay, wait. There we go. Alright. Throw that into a folder. Duplicate the folder. Flatten the folder. And push the contrast a little bit further. Not the saturation, but just making everything a little bit stronger here. Especially around the hair. And I kind of want to desaturate it a little bit. So it's not like very Crayola looking. Right? There we go. See if there's anything. Yeah, a little bit warmer is good. And I think that should do it. Hopefully it's been something you've wanted and enjoyed coming to fruition. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. For sure. Alright. And I think I'm just going to add some more to the background just to make it a little more interesting. Real fast. If I can sort of add like a nice star effect. Clip that here. And a little bit of a field of cloud in a way, just to make it a little more textured. Add a little bit difference in the texture. How do I want to do this? Go to normal. And let's lighten this up. And blur this a bit, just so it's a nice background feeling. I think I'll overlay it just to make it a little bit of a better color. That's good. And then see if I can I think that's all right. I'm gonna add a few other colors for some other star effects. Just a few, just so it's not all pure, not all pure white. Did that work or no? Just to make it a little more different. I think we're almost base there. And I'm going to add a little bit of darkness to the edge here, just so it, oh, wrong brush, just so it flows a little bit better. Just so we are focused on the right area. Always have it in mind? No, I get what you're saying, but this was definitely something that was very specific. And it was something that I had no prior knowledge of it being a case, so Alright, I don't want to destroy the color by doing that, so I just want to be a little careful here. And then, what was the last thing I wanted to do? I have a little bit of speckling that I don't want to keep. Make sure that that goes away. Oh, come on. There we go. And tiny bit here with the mouth, just because I can see the issue. Just because I can see that there's a slight curvature. The shape also has to be perfect for that to not feel weird. And give her a little bit of blush. Make sure it's more accurate to the skin tone. Hello, Minokuro. How's everything? Make sure I'm getting that in the right direction. Move that very slightly and make that a little bit larger just so I make sure I'm grabbing all of it. That definitely helps. And there was one other thing that I needed to do. Oh! Alright. Merge to new layer. Merge to new layer again. And we are going to, let me just think of how this works again. Blur this so that we have everything on one layer. And then save that. Grab the card inside. Create a selection. Invert the selection. And finish off with a nice border to see where we're at. And I'll have to fix this part here. What was that? Because of the, what caused that? Was that the shadow? That was a shadow area. Alright, I'll expand that a little bit later on, but... clean all that up. Fix this strange color kind of coming out of nowhere. And airbrush that in. And then just add a little bit more just to finish off the edge. Whew. All right. You can't redeem your Twitch? No, I got you. It's there. It's there. You're good. You're good. Thank you. And just a little last bit here so that it's an even keel. There we go. All right. Whew, okay. I think we are done here. Oh my goodness. Whew. Only 4 hours. There's definitely a lot of shortcuts and tricks to it. Also stretch, thank you. Oh yay. Ooh. All right. Don't forget to post it with a proper fan art tag. I will. I'll have to see what her tag is. Oh my goodness. I want to get faster at the rendering. I want to get to the point where at least like maybe not spending so much time on the individual rendering, but like I don't know, just making it flow a little faster. No line art on it still? Nope, no line art. Oh, painted line art, you know? Painted line art, like a paintbrush that is very thin. From Dead Inside Idol to Frankenstein's monster to a beautiful Tokino Sora. In the rough hour I've been here, what a journey. Oh. It was definitely fun, and I feel like this taught me a lot. I feel like I definitely learned a lot doing this, and this is what I want to try continuing, a bit going forward, is getting faster and more efficient at these, speed type stuff. And eventually be able to get comfortable enough where I could, open commissions for it, so that commissioners could, like, watch it be done in a single stream. That is my goal, is to get more and more comfortable with this as I go on. But yeah. Alright. I think, we are going to call it there. I need to get... I was feeling, like, really hungry mid-stream, and I was like, oh, I'm feeling terrible, but then I'm sort of, like, past that point now. So we're all good. Gotta go to bed myself? Alright. Thank you for the good times and good vibes. You are very welcome. I don't think there's anybody here, but yeah. Again, if you haven't yet, consider joining the Discord. If you're not an artist, if you just like hanging out and seeing other people's art, or if you want stream notifications, then absolutely feel free to join us and say hi. We'd love to see what you're up to. And with that, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world, and all the best, Stargazers. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.